What's up, everybody? So last night we kind of left off with getting the bottom set, and then I didn't like how the unit was sitting for the most part. And it was more so with the T-nuts that are on the bottom, and if we lock the T-nuts down, because I didn't want to have those T-nuts just free floating and not be able to reposition them once everything was kind of set. And so put the T-nuts in their spots. These are just kind of sitting in here loose right now. As you can see right here, they're loose, but they're in the spot that they need to be. So once we get to those stages of the build, we'll get after them. And so today we're going to finish, attaching all the paneling, and then see how far we get for tonight. I don't know how long I'll stream for tonight. We'll see. But let me figure out which side is the right and which side is the left. These guys can go here and here. It might be flip-flop. I gotta figure out which side the curved portion is on it. Yeah, we'll get after it. Again, welcome to the Late Night Garage with Nick. We're getting an early start tonight. It's 9:15, and after a long day at SeaWorld, I'm tired. And so I plan on trying to get some sleep tonight. Maybe. I don't know yet. We'll play it by ear. Okay. Right, down to business. So we're going to grab, continuing right on into the build. We are going to go ahead and grab some M5x16 butt head screws. And so it's going to be the curved ones. They're going to be facing the up or down. So the curved portion is going to be facing up, with the small screw being down. So curved portion facing up, curved portion facing up. Needs to be changed to that side and that side, like so. So we grab some of these button head. So we have some of this over here, actually. And then there's going to be 1 and 3x8 on the bottom. That one's gonna be a little bit tricky to get to. Kaboom! Let's see here. That one's really tricky to get to. And so, the ones I'm having trouble getting to is the one M5x16. It's deep in there. And it's just at a really steep angle, and there's not a whole lot of room to play around with. I even had trouble getting my, my flexible arm in there. Let's go this too long. Downsize it and see if I can get it to move. I'm getting it, it's just there's not a lot of room to play. Should have like a half length one of these. I don't know that I do or don't. We'll just creep it. An eighth of a turn at a time. My stomach has not been happy with me this evening after eating some of that fried food from SeaWorld. And I will survive. But, man. My tummy has not been happy, so. Man, last night was a doozy. Both my daughters decided to get up and crawl onto bed with us. And my older dogs kept waking up in the middle of the night to get taken downstairs, to get put outside. So I'm kind of tired tonight. Oh, Lordy. Now let's recess a little bit. We're going to try this again, see if I get it in here. The answer is no. I'm going to call that one good. Hopefully you guys had a good Saturday. And gals had a good Saturday. And we're kind of off to the races to get some of this done tonight. A couple more info by 16s. 1, 2... Lost my video feed. Get that back up and running. started. Alright, now to the tough one. Okay. Now, an M3 by 8. Put the M3 by 8 in there. M3 by 8 should go in there with no issues. There we go. Tighten that back down, tighten that back down, tighten that down. All right. Moving right along. We got our front panel. Our front panel is going to be our Voron. And I didn't do the display yet, so I'll probably get a display box set here in a second. We're going to attach the front. Set that down. front panel. We got that groove right there. That's going to set up. And looks like it'll be able to thread in just fine. Alright. Out. Yeah, it was a really long day. And it was like overcast down in San Diego today, but man, it was just cooking at the same time. And so for this, we're going to need M3x12, so M3x12s and M3x8. So 4 M3x12s and a couple M3x8s, and then some magnets. And so those magnets are going to get pressed into those two spots. So this will get locked in. So M3x12s, 3x12s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3x8s, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 on panels, 4 on panels, 4 on panels, 4 on panels. I don't see the 4 on panels in my parts. So I have them over here. I might end up reprinting these, honestly, because I like the other gray better, but I don't know. All right. Three, 4. What I might need to do is take a look back a little bit and pull the box out for the screen. And so here I got my screen box. Scroll back up. So it's M3x12s. And it's saying, yep, put that in there. Ribbon cable. Mark AS. Mark. So here's my MKS Pi board by MakerBase and the screen. So here's my MKS Pi touchscreen. I haven't even checked the fitment for it yet, so this is going to be new. So we got our MKS Pi TS35 screen. So ribbon cable and our other ribbon cable. So we're going to Connect the ribbon cable. Lock that ribbon cable down. Have our enclosure. This is going to feed through. So let me make sure. Okay, so top of the screen. What side is the top of the screen? I'm guessing it's going to be like this. So I want the top of the screen to be oriented where the screws are at. It's going to drop in there. And I got to figure out how I'm going to route the ribbon cable as well. And this is going to go. Is it going to go that way, or is it going to go the other way? Or does it matter? I don't think it actually matters which way this gets mounted. And then here, we're going to go and 3 by 12 socket head. So 3 by 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There's no heat sets for this, so it's literally just going to be pressing into the plastic. We're biting into the plastic, but I don't know that I have good hole alignment though. This one, not wanting to thread through. That one threaded through is fine. I may have rotated ever so slightly, so. So that doesn't want to bite in either. There we go. Just have to put some pressure on it. Okay. Yep, that one's good. And last one. All right. Now this guy, I have to figure out how I'm going to feed the ribbon cable now, because the ribbon cable is the kind of a little bit of an outlier on this one. ribbon cable set off to the side. And that locked into place there. Should take the ribbon cable and feed it through any one of these spots. In fact, we might just leave this off for right now. Now we have it assembled. We turn the unit upside down and put it in whenever we want. Because I keep doing that. So yeah, we're just going to set that off to the side right now. And get these drop back in. And we're just going to go ahead and mount it. All right. All right. We're coming together pretty good now. All right. Then we're next. So then 3x12 for attaching the screen. Not going to worry about attaching the screen right now. Get those locked in. Get that part done. And an M3x8 socket head screw up down to the top. And so that's going to be going into this one. It looks like it does line up pretty well. So I'm going to grab another M3x8. That guy in, and it does state that we are going to need 2 buttons, 2 magnetic buttons. I don't quite know what the magnetic buttons are for yet, but press that one in. Grab one more. There's some good magnets right there. No, stop it. Press those in. All right. Okay, 60-20 fan. So moving right along, moving down to the next section. Got that set. Now we're gonna go down. We're gonna grab our 60-20 fan. Grab our rear panels. So here, don't need that one. This one is from the end of 3. Okay. Rear panel time. All right. So we go to our 60-20 here. Okay, so fan orientation looks like it does matter. So just feeding the wiring back through, little sleeves. Actually, I don't think we need to run it back through those sleeves. Now that I look at it. Because of the fan orientation. Pop that out, pop that out, pop that out, pop that out. So we got this. So the fan is going to go in the open end of the fan versus the braced end of the fan is going to set in. And we're just going to slide it into place while keeping that wiring set. So once we have the fan pressed in, we're going to grab our main power switch. And our main power switch that is already pre-wired, so nothing to worry about there. And so our main power switch is going to go in with the top section, and it's only going to fit in really one way. Take the wiring harness, push the wiring harness through, slide the switch around, drop it into place, and then we're going to grab our handy dandy hanger for it so that it does not move. That's going to come on the back side. We'll line up that portion, and so again, we dropped it into place. This is just the locker for it to make sure it cannot go anywhere or further in, which doesn't make any sense, but hey, whatever. I'm going to lock that down. Or maybe that's just to cover those two electrical leads so that, you know, as we're poking and prodding and moving wiring around, nothing will short, which is fine. Line that up, and that's going to be a M3x8. So we're going to grab an M3x8. Feed that little guy through. Next, we're going to grab M3 8x4. And so that's going to go from here to here. And so we got the fan side with the notch up. And so there's my notch, and this is going to be for the actual Y motor mount. And go M3 by 8x4. And we got our back panel assembly complete. And again, all that sits nice and flush. All that sits pretty flush. That sits flush. So, nice, not too bad. Alright, moving right along. We're going to put two M5x16s. So 4 M5x16s, 2 on each side. 2 M3x12s, 1 on each side, and 2 M3x8s for the covers. Alright, so we'll get after that. Let's see. 3x8 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3x12. 2. And our M5x16, 8. 1, 2, 3. Actually, 4. Just 4. And 5x16 by 4. Alright. I'm going to push the wiring in. I'm going to line the Y motor mount up. So I'm going to set the extrusion ones first. Except you know what? Hold on. That doesn't make sense. These need to be flip-flopped. Fan needs to be on this side. So, that doesn't make sense. Was I looking at it inverted? I was looking at it inverted. Okay. So it shows it from the flat base side here. You can see my mouse cursor moving around. I don't know if you can or can't. I've got my flat base side versus the inverse, and so I need to have it actually inversed. So awesome. Pull that back out. Just in testing the validity of the heat sets right now, so whichevs. So when I'm looking at it, I need to have that there, this here, and this. No, that still doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, no, there we go. There. Try that again. Again, my mistakes make it easier for you guys when you and gals when you start your builds. And the reason why I noticed that is because we've got these two spots down here, 1, 2, and those need to correlate with those two mounting points underneath the unit itself. So now we should be able to take this, feed the wiring under the chassis. Make sure none of the wiring is going to get pinched. Set it over the Y motor mount. Now we should be able to go to our M5x16s for the extrusions. Just gonna get them started. We'll snug them up here in a second. And it was really awesome that, you know, for the Ender 3 Pro is that the extrusions were all pre-tapped, which made a lot easier. Does not want to thread very easily though. At all. Huh. Try the top one. See if the top one will thread. You might not want to thread very easily because I may have too much tension on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop it off, and then I'm going to loosen up the internal ones. And so I can get it set. So we're going to loosen up these guys ever so slightly to give a little bit of play, and I'll come back and I'll tighten them up in a little bit once we get the unit flipped over, because I'd rather get good alignment with no cross-threading than not. There's one. Two. No cross-threading. 3. Yeah, much better. Much better. And so check your spacing when you guys do your build to make sure that the spacing and everything is good for those. So we're going to go ahead and lock these down, at least on the ones that go into the 2040 extrusions. And then we'll flip the unit over, and then we'll lock the other ones down to pull it taut. Not taut, but taut. Flip the unit. Always turn it on its side. That'll be fine. Now let's tension these guys down. All right, sweet. Now we got those set. I don't want that wiring kind of just flopping around as we're moving the unit around now, because I don't want anything to get cramped or pinched. So we're just going to grab some good old blue painter's tape. And I'm just going to put the wiring in a fashion where we can access it later on, yet keep it out of the way, so that we're not pinching or crimping or doing anything to the wiring. And the last part we're going to sync up or cinch up is going to be these lower brackets. And so it should be these M3 by 12s. That one's threaded just fine. All right, 1 and 2. All right. Sweet. Yeah, we've got our panel kit installed. Everything looks pretty cool, you know? On to the next event. And we gotta grab our boron panels, boron markers. I printed a bunch of these out, but I don't see them, so I might need to print two more sets of these guys, and which I'm actually kind of thankful for, because it's like I want to see how they're going to print in the ABS Plus. So we're going to go over to change the scene. So we're going to open up OBS Studio, and this is going to, because I already have the ABS Plus loaded up on machine 2, so I'm going to go to Device, Machine 1 to Machine 2. I'm going to go to my prep, and then we're going to go to a New Project, Nope. Discard. So I'm going to open up, go to my downloads folder. In my downloads folder, we're going to go down to my switchwire printed parts. And we're going to go to our grills and end cap by 4. 1. So we're going to print out 8 of these guys. We're going to arrange them. We're going to go to our filament. Move all those. We're going to select our generic ABS, which is our eSun ABS Plus. I want these to look good, so I guess we will run we'll run 0.12 high quality, 4 wall loops, 25% infill, gyroid's fine. Slice. Alright, so 2 hours. Two hours for all 8. So I'm actually going to start pre-warming that machine to start bringing it up to temperature. Because I want to get this chamber a little bit warmed up before I start printing in ABS. I want to get that temperature and that build volume up quite a bit, so we're going to let that ramp for a little bit while we continue on. So I'm just going to leave those back caps off right now. I'm not going to put them on because I want to reprint them in the ABS Plus to see if I can get a better surface finish for them. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and go back to our other view. So we're going to send that we'll forego that for right now. We'll let that temperature in before we send it. We'll let that temperature in before we send it. Alright. So we're going to minimize that one. Alright, so there we are 50% done with our build. So I had to refresh the camera for one of them, so we're going to get back into it. So what we're doing is I went ahead and decided to go ahead and forego the other end caps right here. I'm going to reprint those in ABS Plus because I seem to be missing 4. I don't know if I set them aside or if I misplaced them. I'm not sure. And so we're going to go ahead and reprint those ones. And then we're actually going to be getting into right here where we are at the 50% complete after we get this next step done. So we got all of this mounted and assembled. We used blue tape to lock down the wiring. We're going to go ahead and get started on the gantry. And so this is scary. Well, I mean, not really scary, but you know. So M3x30, GT2 pulleys. We're going to get the pulley set on the motor and pull Loctite back out. Make sure the motor is oriented as shown. So that's going to be the cable. And so this is going to be for the Z motor mount. So the Z motor mount. So the Z motor mount should be the one with these fat blocks. Let's see, you got one. It's going to have a channel. 2. It's going to go on top. Just making sure I got the right parts. And we'll have the locking block in the middle with the tensioner. So it looks like Z. I think the axis the same. Where is my other section of X? So these should be flip-flop from each other. Okay, so I've got 1 set, 2 set. So I got fat, fat, skinny, skinny. And so this one looks like it's going to be, for the Z, is going to be this unit. So I got the skinny, actually no, so this would be for the X. So it's skinny on bottom, so skinny on the bottom, fat on the top. This will be for the X. So this is going to be skinny on the bottom with the fat on top. So that should be for our Z. And so we're going to set our GT2 pulley. And so we're looking for an offset of 18.3 mil from the base of the motor to the top of the bottom, right before the knurling. So, do those calipers still out? And then I get another set. Calipers. So this set to 18.3, 18.7. Two, 18.3, 17, 18.3. Which is almost capping out. Oh, no, it's not. There we go. So using my calibrated eyeball, that looks to be pretty much spot on. And it's set to 18.3. Got some rockiest Titus. Let's see if I can get this on without adjusting where its positioning is. I'm going to apply a little bit. Oh, no, I shifted it. Dang it. Come on. 2.6. Now let me at least get one of these threaded in, and then we'll play around with it. And just get it so it has a little bit of resistance, and then so 18.3. First one set. Some more Loctite. Oh, interesting. I don't think it'll really matter, but there's a flat groove on this one. Not worried about it. Okay, so once that's set for 18.3 mil offset between the base of the motor and the top of where the knurling starts, I'll run with that. Just bloated and my stomach gets angry at me. All right, we're going to go ahead and take that M3 by 40. So we're going to have M3 by 40. Here's this for the Mark S Pi board. Set that over there. So we're going to M3 by 40. M3 by 40. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these guys. Actually, no, those are M3 by 30s. We need one M3 by 40. So an M3 by 30. Just this bag. It's one M3 by 40, 3 M3 by, or 4 M3 by 30s. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, I love that they have this tool organizer because it is very handy for quick reference on grabbing the correct parts and components to go into the build. And so I'm going to grab our little tensioner brackets. We should have one for each side. And we have a cute little, and I dropped one, cute little Voron emblem on them. So as you can see here, we have a little Voron emblem on them. So we're going to feed the M3 by 40 is going to go through, and then we're going to set that in here. It's going to go to the inside. That's what it looks like. And then this is going to go down over the top. Drop it into place. I don't know if it's supposed to be free floating or if it needs to actually have a screw on the bottom of it. That I don't know. But it doesn't state as such. And then we're going to change the motor orientation because I would hate to assemble this and then figure out, okay, I got to change something on it in order to back it off. So why else would there be that threaded thing except for applying tension inboard? So it's there to bite. It's there to bite onto the carriage, but with what? So the one thing I would say for like a critique is that on the instructions they need to like, hey, this section is going to use 1, 2, and 3 parts and components. Because otherwise it's like I'm flying in the blind. This is supposed to go down there somehow. And this is supposed to be like a lock. And so that locks into the gantry, and then I should be able to tighten this in order to cinch it up. But it doesn't show that I need to have a nut or anything on the bottom of it. I think we need to have a nut installed into this, even though it doesn't state that we need to have a nut. But I'm assuming we're going to need a nut. Or maybe there's needs to be a heat set press into this that wasn't captured. Or maybe I missed that in the heat set. So we're going to go back up to the heat set section. So I think maybe I missed that in the heat sets. It's the only thing I can think of. Because it doesn't state it in the heat set press. Anywhere that I can see. but what makes sense is having a heat set on that so we can use that to tension up. And so this is a part that is missing from the instructions. Okay, so for the X and Z, for the X and Z, we've got the bolt, the cap screw is going to go through this hole, and then on the back side there needs to be a heat set installed into each of these, and that was not captured in the heat set instructions, because I should have a heat set in there like so, and with the heat set pushed in, I should be able to then have this go through and thread in there in order to bite, and so I can pull this up and down so that it bites and locks into the 2040 extrusion. And so when you guys are going through your build, make sure when you're doing all your heat sets and pressing your heat sets in, is set a heat set into the bottom of each of these, and that should be the part that has the actual like tooth on it, because that's going to lock into the extrusion right here and pull tension up to lock into place. And so we're going to get out our heat set press. We're going to do some quick heat sets. And just for easy use, I'm probably just going to do it over here. Change the main device. I don't know why I did that so far out, but that's fine. And so I'm going to do two at the same time, so we're going to put 1 and 2. And I can just get both of them knocked out. So set those into the vise. Once those are set, just go check for flush. All right. Grab 2 heat sets. Got some gunk in it. It's clean and clear. Some pliers. That guy in place. So there's one. We have the heat sets on those. I'm gonna let those cool down just ever so slightly. And so yeah, so this is what it needs to look like, is we need to get those heat sets put into here. And that way that arm, when that arm's installed, that arm is gonna bite onto that M3 by 40. Yeah, the M3 by 40, and we'll pull that tooth section to lock into the 4040 extrusion. And so that's going to be for both the Z motor and the X motor. Interesting, interesting. So I'm going to spin this guy down some. It's still warm. I should probably let it cool all the way before I go ahead and do this. Because it is still warm a little bit. Really warm, actually. So we'll let those cool down. I'm kind of stuck on the assembly though, because it's like I can't assemble those two units until I have this guy dropped into place. This was a little off center. We're gonna warm it back up a little bit and then see if we can get a better center. Alright. And go ahead and kick that off. So yeah, when you guys are doing your heat sets, make sure that you guys are getting these two brackets also heat set pressed in. You know, when these assemble, yeah, we'll go back down to the instructions for this section. A few cut off on the wide. So we're going to make sure that we get those. It's not in the instructions, but it does need to get done where you have the heat set in here. Very important, because this is how the unit's going to lock into the railing on the side. So these brackets will go here. That tensioner is going to go in there. It's going to lock it into place into that 2040 extrusion. Or the 4040 extrusion, excuse me. So now, I'm going to go back and we're going to look at it. So we're going to have push down, go back to the stage in the instructions. Alright, so we got our pulley with pulley offset. We've got the M40 through there with the heat set. Now I'm going to check motor orientation. So our motor orientation is going to be so that I have cabling is going to be out the side. I'll get my bottom one. It's going to go here. And I have that 2040 or that the M3 by 40 threaded through with a bunch of the threading exposed at the bottom. Once I have that set, I'm going to drop that into place. And I want that tooth section facing inboard. I'm going to take our top piece, and our top piece is going to go on there. And we're going to take our M3 by 30s. I'm going to set our M3 by 30s into the motor. And where'd the other one go? Nope. There it is. It's attached to my screwdriver. So again, I got that open section with cable coming out. them started to thread in opposing corners. And then lock the other ones down. Alright, once I have those set, so there is my, this should be my Z motor right here. And if we look at it from the appropriate orientation, I've got my T220, I've got the slider, I've got the top and bottom mounts, all of those are locked in. So Z motor mount. So Z motor mount is going to be going on the right side of the unit as you look at it. Let's move this around so the right side as I look at it. And then so I'm going to actually drop that down. That's what it looks like. So I'm going to drop that down. As you can see, now that I have that heat set in there, I can articulate this with adjustment. So I'm going to have to cap that out because I want that to set. It doesn't look like it's going to. It'll sit on that one. I think I can get it to bite into the bottom one. But there may be a spacer that needs to happen in between here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's going to get pulled up. Push the motor mount up as far in the slots, making sure that before passing the bolts, you may need to turn the M3x40 counterclockwise to bully ball up bottom out the slot. Okay, so this, we're going to need to grab some so I may have to bottom this out. So hold on. The toothed section is facing towards the unit. Those are going to go in. Push the motor mount as far up as the slots in the parts allow you before fastening the bolts. Okay. So from here, what we need is we need 2 M5 by 16 button head cap screws with 2 M5 T-nuts. 2, 1, 2. So these are going to go through and through. All right. Now we're going to need to drop this into that top. Let's see, so he's going to need to go into the top.
2040 rail.
That was reach. So we're gonna trying to find like the best way to pull these up. I'm going to push that all the way against the Z-axis rail frames, and we're going to pull up on it as much as we can. Lock that in. Lock that in. And then we're going to tighten this guy up. And I think that's functionally correct. Oop. All right, so there's Z. So push the butter mount as far up as the slots and the parts allow you before fastening the bolts. This could be the same for the X motor mount. So it's going to be an 8.25 offset, and it's going to be inverted. So we're looking at an 8.25 offset, inverted. So inverted just means that, you know, instead of it being the knurling, it's going to be up, the knurling is going to be down, and our gap spacing is going to be 8.25. So we'll zero that out. And it's like, these calipers are not the best, but I can kind of get 8.2. Maybe go a little bit more of a skosh past 8.2. Once we have that set for 8.2. I hear my wife is going to bed because I just heard the hot water heater turn on. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a quick BRB image to display. This will be interesting. So we're going to go to here, turn that one on, and we're going to go and we're going to jump into open a login, we're going to log into GPT. No, I don't want that. I want to log in. log in with Google. That's me. So we're going to go to our late night garage builds. Hey, great. That's going to come down. And we're going to load this. See, there's still an error loading the image. There we go. Okay. You create a be right back version of it. I'm going to use GPT to create an image. And GPT is creating an image. And then I'm going to get that scene set up for a be right back. Alright, just had the fan kick on, which means we are up to temperature. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I mean, I am completely happy with that one, so we're just going to go ahead and download that. And we're going to kick over to OBS Studio. Once we're in OBS Studio, we're going to go and we're going to create a new scene. And first we're going to turn off the TV display. No, cancel. We're going to turn off the TV display. Okay, so now we're not seeing like all the things in the background. From here, we are going to add a scene. And this one's going to be right back. Be right back. Okay. And so for here, we're just going to open. We're going to select the image. And then add existing image. No. Let's see. Add an image. Where do I upload it? Let's see. We got that. We got that. Be right back. So media source, not existing. Actually, I'm not sure how to do this quite yet. So this is exciting. Let's see. Create new image. Okay, so let's try this. Be right back. Okay. There we go. So now we're going to browse. And we're going to go to our downloads. And we're going to select that image. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Okay. And we'll call that good. So now I should be able to go back to our normal scene. Hey everybody. And then we are going to be right back so I can say goodnight to my beautiful wife. And then probably take care of some necessities. And so we'll get back into the build here in a second and we will Be right back. Be right back. Alright, we are back. Sorry about the delay. Was busy. Had to take one of the dogs out to let them go potty for the last time for the night. And then after getting one of the dogs out, and then I was going upstairs and, wishing my beautiful wife a good night and giving her a kiss before coming back down to the garage and then continue to work. So, yeah, we're going to drop OBS Studio back down here. We got our new background logo. And so we'll bring back up the build, close that out, close that out. And that's where we left off on the build. And now we're going to bring back up in GPT. Now that the bamboo is nice and toasty, we're going to go ahead and we're going to print these in ABS, machine 2, and we will work the flow dynamics calibration, because I want the best kind of surface finish on these. Okay, now that the bamboo is started, let it do its business. Alright. Let that thing do its thing. And we'll kick back over to the build. Make sure our cameras are still good. I attended some biological news while I was out there. Camera. Alright, so where do we leave off? We left off at 8.25 mil and inverse. So we have the grub screws pulled out. My 2 grub screws right there. And we're going to set this guy on here, knowing that it has that flat section. We're going to check that flat section. And so I need 8.25. And that's going to be to the top leading edge, if I recall correctly. And that's pretty darn close, so we're going to get some Loctite. Got the first grub ready to go. Too much. To have some of that off real quick. No, I want 8.2. 8.9.1. Very gingerly squeeze this back down to 8.2, 6, 5, 4, 3, no more, 2. Come on. No, stop. is oozing all over the place. So we're just going to try to sop some of that up with this next part. Way too much again because it spurted out. Clean up. Oh, wasted Loctite makes me sad. Any waste of material makes me sad. I don't know what makes you guys sad. It makes me sad. Alright. So 8.25-ish. And close enough for government work. And we're talking about 0.5 mil. I'm not too worried about 0.5 mil. My fingers off a little bit more. Okay. So now that we have that set, we're going to take a look here. And that's going to be the same thing that we did with the last one, except we're going to make sure that we have the orientation of the motor and the cabling. So motor and cabling, we're good there. We're going to make sure that as I bump the camera with my head, as always, the open end is going to be towards the cabling. And we're going to grab this with another 540. This one's threading in really nicely. So we got this one. This is the one that we reheat pressed in there to make sure that it was set in the right spot. Set that. Set that. So again, we've got motor, cable, open end. And then we're going to go the M3x40 threaded with the heat set press so we can have it articulate, which was not captured in the instructions. And we're going to take the top portion and we're going to put the top portion down. And then we're going to grab four M3x30s. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to drop those in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Once those are set, we're going to go ahead and start locking those down. One, two, three, 4, tension, 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 tension. Alright, once those are set, we're going to adjust this guy. I'm going to cause that to come up. And then I'm going to grab our two, it should be M5x16s, I want to say. Alright, so that's set. Go down, we're going to grab our M5x16s, and again we're going to push up on it to make sure it's flush against the Z railing. I might still need to adjust that one yet. I don't know. We'll play around with it. So once we have that, I'm going to grab two M5F16s. And then we're going to grab two M5 T-nuts. Those to thread on. So you have those T-nuts on. And we're going to come over to so that I'm actually going to probably lay this one up on its side and see if I can get better positioning for it. I don't know. We'll see. So we're going to drop these T-nuts in to the channel. I'm going to have to adjust the locking one down. So we're going to adjust that down. We're going to take this and drop those T-nuts in, we'll line them up, push that against, and we're going to push it all the way up. And this is probably the smarter way to do it. Oh, Lordy. So we're going to lock that down. Again, pulling upward tension. Make sure I get the best set for it. And press it up to make sure that's set. All right. From here, we're going to take that locking mechanism and we're going to lock it in place. So there is a little bit of flex in that, but I think once we have the belts on there, it's going to pull taut. It's going to pull the entire system taut across where the gantry is going to go. That way I'm not worried about too much flexing on these plates. So I'm going to do the same thing that I just did, except we're going to do it on the opposite side of the gantry. So I feel that that one actually worked out better. So I'm going to loosen this guy up. And then set that bit off to the side. I'm going to grab that bit. And loosen these up just ever so slightly. And so I'm going to push it against that Z-axis railing. So I'm pulling tension. And so I have no idea how much audio I just lost because I wasn't paying attention to the feed. But in essence, what happened is when I was mounting the Z-axis motor, which is over here on the right side while looking at the unit, I printed all my parts with a skirt. And so that skirt left a little bit of excess material in here for that locking mechanism to bite into that 40 extrusion. And so every time that I would tension it down, that extra bit of material would cause the entire mount to cant. And I don't want to introduce a cant onto a belted system. I need that to stay flush 100%. So I removed the M5x16 nuts, T-nuts, and the M5x16 button head screw caps, and then took a pointer or a punch tool and just slightly picked away some of that material because I want that to be 100% flush. I cleaned out a little bit of the holes where those M5s go in, and now I'm resetting it so I can get it mounted back up to the unit. And as I tension it down, I'm going to turn the unit onto its side as to make sure that I have a good cross load without canting, hopefully this time. So I'm just resetting those T-nuts and those M5x16 butt head screw caps. So I'm going to take those now, drop it into the unit, rotate the unit back onto its side. And so what I'm doing here is I'm pushing it against the Z-axis railing, and I'm pulling up on the unit. And then as I tension this down, we should pull it back into square. Because I want it to be completely square. And so again, I'm pushing up and I'm pushing against. Now that I remove some of that excess material, I should have it set where that once I start tensioning down, that locker, so the locker being right here, and you can see there's a little bit of plane movement in it. Once I start tensioning this down, I shouldn't have the motor cant forward at all, because I was introducing a cant as soon as I started to block this down because of that excess material from the skirt. And there we go. We got it locked down. We didn't have any rotation of that motor, so I'm very happy at this point. All right. So now we've got our Z and X axis motor mounts installed with the motors. Now we're going to go into building the left idler pulley. And so the left idler pulley is going to be unique because, as you can see, we got an M5 shim, which this is, the shim means washer. So an M5 washer, 2 bearings, 2 washers, 2 bearings, 1 washer. And so, and these are going to go into T-nuts is what it looks like. So we're going to find the brackets for this. So we got one bracket here. And so this is going to be for, let's see, this is the other bracket. So we got one bracket here. So we need to assemble two of these, one for the X and one for the Y. And so here's our space and our gapping for the bearings and the washers. And then these are going to get set with T-nuts. And so it doesn't tell me, so M5x40 is what it says. And so this is going to be with that flange up. So with the flange up, set that in there. with that notch bracket down. So this one is going to be for the right side as I look at the unit. So set that over to the right side. And then we're going to get the other parts and components for the opposite side. And so this one should be with that 90° or that 45° cant right there should be for this side. And so we're going to build two of these, one for each side. I almost want to reprint those in like lime green just to follow kind of with what we have here, but we're going to go ahead and just use it gray for now. Set these guys back because we're not going to do those accent pieces quite yet. Alright, so we're going to grab our pulley box out. So we got our pulleys. We're going to grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because we're going to be building both sides at the same time. I'm going to grab our washers. I thought I unboxed the washers, but I don't see them in here. Da, da, da. Washers, where did I put you? Did I could have sworn that I would have put those back where they were supposed to go. I don't see them in here. Where did I put you? Washer. I set that over off to the side. So we've got the magnets. Supposed to go on this one. The spacers are gone, so we don't need them anymore. So we're just going to grab one of these open bins. We're going to dump the washers into one of the open bins because we're going to be going through a lot of them. Alright. So now we're going to grab this side, and as we assemble it, we're going to go through, and we're going to go, let's see, this is going to be M5 by 40s, so we got an M5, where is it, M5 by 40. So M5 by 45, M3, M5 by 40. So we're going to go through. So that's it, we're going to go washer. Now this first one is going to be with the teeth for the belt padding towards where the button head screw cap is. This one's going to be opposite. We're going to have two washers. 1, 2. I'm going to grab 2 more of the bearings. 1, 2. Again, opposite, so that I have a belt padding that will be locked in by these pieces. So 1, 2, and then we're going to go with a last washer. Come on. And then I'm going to push that through to make sure that bites in. I'm going to grab our second M5 by 40. And then we're going to take 2 M5 T-nuts. 1, 2. And now that that's assembled, we should have something that looks like this. So I've got my 2 M5 by 40s, I've got my 2 bearings with my 4 washers and my T-nuts on the M5 by 40s. And then with that 45-degree angle part pointed down, that 45 angle part, this is actually going to be for the opposite side. So this one's going to go over here. And I'm just going to hand tighten these down. So there's the first set. Okay, now we're going to go second set, because again, this one's going to be that 45-degree angle part outboard and facing down on this side. So we're going to do the exact same thing. So I'm going to grab two M5x40s. I'm going to feed the M5x40 right here. One washer. First bearing, plate down. Second bearing, plate up. Two washers. 1, 2. First bearing plate down, second bearing plate up. Fourth washer. Grab our stack and make sure that those are set with the teeth in. Grab our second M5x40. Grab two T-nuts. Thread the T-nut 1 on, thread T-nut 2 on. Alright, I have that set. I'm going to grab that 45-degree cut right there in that 45-degree cut. It's going to lock into here. I'm going to flush mount it with the side, and I'm just going to hand tighten it down for right now. And we'll come back through and we'll tighten these up with a Allen key. And so let's put that into the feed. Just the camera angle a little bit. So there we have our two sets. So we got one here, and then using my calibrated eyeball, just looking down at the rudder mounts, I want to make sure that these motors basically line up with the belt padding that's going to happen. And so this one's the right side as you look at the unit, and that one's going to be going to this innermost to innermost, versus the other motor is going to be the outermost and outermost. Alright. We have those set. I'm going to scroll down, check out the next set of what we have for the instructions. So it's just the opposite side. And so you got both sides built. So now we're going to be the XZ blocks, and so the XZ blocks looks like we're going to be building two of these. And it looks like it's going to be two different sets, 1, 2. And so it's going to be a washer, bearing top up, top down, bearing with M5x30 button heads, M5x30 button heads. And so we're going to build two of these simultaneous. So get back into it, take the camera back down. Set this off to the side, just by a little bit. Oh. I'll tell you what, I actually kind of feel it in my legs a little bit from all the walking at SeaWorld today. Had a really good time. And we went there with a couple neighbors and friends. And yeah, it wasn't too bad. So you got 1, 2, 3, and then part 4, where are you? Part 4. Alright. And so this one is going to go with this one. And this one's going to go with this one. And so what's interesting about these though is if you look on them, these are going to bite into the railing itself, because there is that teeth section to bite onto the extrusion itself. So figure out exactly where these mount to, because I don't know yet. They might be, no. Yeah, we'll go through the build, we'll figure it out. Alright, so it's going to be shim, bearing, bearing, shim, or washer, bearing, bearing, washer, with M5x30 button head screw cap. So we're going to go find our M5x30s, so our button heads. So we've got M5x45, M5x30, 1, 2, 3, 4. So our M5x30s, those are our last 4 that we got for the build. Washers, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have our bearings. Two, 4, 6, 8. All right. So now we're going to go through and we're going to build this. So it's going to be 1. And we'll start on this side. That's where the button head screw cap goes in. So 1, plate down, plate up, 1, and then we're going to grab the second M5x30, push that through, and go washer, plate down, plate up, washer, and then we're going to cap that off. And so it looks like these are just going to thread into the ABS plastic, is what it feels like. Set that away, grab the next bit out, put that bit in. And I'm just going to loosely thread these for right now, so it holds the unit together. Make sure I have those bearings that are able to free spin. So there's unit 1. So 1, 2, grab 4 more washers out. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go washer, plate down, plate up, and then the second washer. And then we're going to go washer, plate down, plate up, second washer, grab our opposite piece, press those M5x30s into the plastic, and quick tensions just so they bite. Alright, so there we go. We have our 2 sets of idlers. And so you can see where the belt pathing is going to go for each one. Alright, so now that those are loosely assembled, we'll scroll down. And so now we're going to grab that that X extrusion from the kit. And so grab our X extrusion wheel that was provided by Sabur. And so here's our X extrusion that is provided by Sabur. And so that's where that you know, good old pathing is going to go, because it's going to bite into that. So alright, so next is we're going to align. So it looks like we're going to have 4 M3x8 socket head screw caps, and so we're going to grab our last extrusion rail. It has some Loctite on it. Loctite off the bag. And we're going to pop this out of the bag. Looks like I had somebody else view the channel, which is kind of cool. It's like one of the only other extra views that I've had, so that's exciting. So we're going to grab a Peng Sheng lubricant. I'm actually going to drop this off on, take those rubber nubs, because I don't want that rail to fail. That rail to fail. I mean, it seems like it's actually pretty well lubricated right now, but we're going to grab the Peng Sheng in one of our portions, and we're actually going to work on lubing this up real quick. I'm going to squeeze some lubrication in here. Kind of work that in with our punch tool. And we're going to run those those bearings back and forth to get some of that lubrication across the entire what will become the x-axis. Run it back and forth quite a few times, and we're going to push that lubrication back in there. And whether these come pre-greased or not, I have no clue. I just want to make sure that I have some grease in there. Once we have that grease set, a little bit of cleanup on it. I want Loctite on there, so I'm going to flip the rag around. Alright, now I'm going to grab a couple M3x8s. Looks like we need 4 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to grab our M3x8. Lost video feed. Here grab our M3x8s. And so it's saying that we're going to put them in the 3rd, 5th, 3rd, and 5th. So I'm going to go 3rd and 5th. We're going to go 3rd and 5th. And we're going to get these T-nuts added on. One. 2. Number 3. And number 4. Alright, once I have those 4 set, so again, it's going to be on the 3rd, 5th from one side, and then 3rd and 5th from the opposite side. I'm going to drop this into that extrusion. Again, this is the Sibur supplied extrusion kit. And so I'm just going to lock these down right quick, and then we'll work squaring of them here in a little bit. And so I'm going to take these buttons, and I'm actually going to move these buttons a little bit more towards the center, because again, I don't want that carriage to fall off, but I don't want to impede where we're going to be doing the assembly of the mounting system, which is these guys. And so again, these are kind of packed together kind of loose for right now. So those rubber stoppers have come in very handy, especially when we're looking at, you know, getting the build for the Z. Not so much really for the Y-axis, but absolutely for the X-axis. I don't want to pick this up and have it, like, you know, pop off, whereas I can grab this thing and just let it go and not have to worry about it. And so from here, while I'm looking at the carriage, so the carriage oriented there, I'm going to grab each one of these sets, and we're going to, it's going to fall in line with this. Come on. I need to loosen it up a little bit so it'll actually go in or go on. And so these might need to be opened up a little bit because I want. Oh no, that's the way it goes. Okay, so when you're taking this one, there's that notched section, and so that notched section is going to go through right there, and so it should look like that. And then on the opposite side, that notched section should be going and then capping out. And then if I cap them out, I have a little bit of excess on each side. And so if those need to be flushed, we can go back and flush them. And so it looks like they do need to be flushed. So what we're going to do is we're going to flush those. I'm going to flush those. And so it looks like I'm going to need some more T-nuts. So we got that set. Let me make sure I got the right ones on the right side. So if I look at it, if I look at the unit itself, I should have the carriage facing to the front, and with the carriage facing to the front, I should have that exposed bearing towards the rear with the exposed bearing towards the front. I should see the button head screw caps, and I should see the button head screw caps. So once those are set, I should be able to now line these up with those first holes. And so those first holes being the first hole of the extrusion. And so I think I'm going to have to take some more T-nuts and drop some more T-nuts in here. And so it says M3x16 for the front and M5 for the rear. So we're going to take the M5s for the rear first. Take 2 T-nut assemblies. And it doesn't show you that you need the T-nut assemblies. It just shows you putting the button head screw caps. But it's like, why would I put a button head screw cap in there without having something to push it down or to hold it in place? And so we're going to line that up real quick. And evidently my Allen key is magnetized in some fashion. So we're going to line that one up. And we're going to use an Allen key to kind of just push these over so they do line up. And I might actually go through the front and do the front first. So we got those T-nuts for the M5s on the back kind of set into a rough spot. But because these M3s on the front are going to need to go through the carriage assembly, through the rail, and then into the T-nut in the bottom. And so it'll go button head screw cap through the linear rail, into the extrusion, into the T-nut. So we're going to grab, and those are going to be M3x16 socket head screw caps. So I go through my M3x16s. M3x16s, so I'm going to pull 2 of those out, 1, 2. Grab 2 M3 T-nuts, 1, 2. So now this is going to be the tricky part, is getting these to align. And so if I check the positioning of it, I should be able to just use this side of the Allen key to slide that guy in up until the point where I can see the hole. And then I'm going to take the same Allen key and I'm going to thread it in there, and I'm just going to run kind of like a circle around the hole to get it to line up. And I'm going to drop that M5x16 in. Hopefully it bites, which it feels like it did. I'm going to lock that one into place. So we're going to do the same thing on the opposite side. So I'm going to actually bring it up a little closer to the camera. So I'm going to take my M5 T-nut, I'm going to slide it into that extrusion railing, and then I'm looking in the top, and I'm going to align that M5 T-nut, which I cannot see it. I'm going to take that M5 T-nut, or the M3 T-nut, excuse me. I'm going to push that M3 T-nut in. I might just do it down here because I have better light. Until I can see it. I'm going to drop Allen key in. I'm going to center it, just by, again, dropping that in there. So I don't know if you can see from where this camera is at. The M5 T-nut's locked in there. I pushed it in from the side. I've dropped this in. I ran it around. So I should be able to take that M3 by 16, and literally just drop that straight down. It should bite. And then we're going to tension that guy down. And it feels like it did bite. Yep, it bit. And so now we're going to lock that one into place. Alright, so now that we have those ones set, we're going to tension the rest of the system down. And then we'll attach the back ones, because I think I got to reposition those now that I've moved it around quite a bit. So tension that down, tension that down. Make sure we're able to free spin. There's one of the T5s. Make sure that's able to free spin. And then the opposite side, I'm going to tension this one down. But I might actually... No, let me back these off a little bit and give it back a little bit more play. Let me get these M5 T-nuts set in the same fashion, because it's like I don't want cross tension happening. So I'm going to take that M5 T-nut, I'm going to push that M5 T-nut over till it lines up, drop my Allen key in there, make sure it's centered, and I'm pretty sure that it'll center once we actually get the button head screw cap in there. Line that one up, and then so this one's going to be M5 by 10s. So if I go to my M5 by 10s, that's M3 by 10. So in my M5 by 10s, 1, 2. Drop the first one in. Lock that one down. Take my second one. Lock that second one down. I'm just going to do a quick visual check, because it's like I need to make sure that those grooves are set in and looks fine. No issues. So now we're going to quick tension. Good, good. Now I'm going to lock the rest of these down so they're hand tight. Check the rollers, make sure the rollers are good. All of them roll without any issues. Now I can take those rubber stoppers out, because the carriage is now blocked by each one of those brackets. And so there is our X rail that's going to go and get mounted across here. Alright, so moving on to the next section. We're going to go to our Z bearing block and our Z bearing block, so left and right side. So as I'm looking at the unit, I've got the right side, and this is the left side. So right side, left side, which is opposite from where I'm working at, because I have it oriented and pointed towards the camera. We got our two blocks. So we got block, and so this block is actually going to go onto this block will go here, because the drag chain, so this block will go here because we have the drag chain bracket here, and so that drag chain is going to go up and then down and connect to this other drag chain unit. And so again, drag chain bracket goes up, down, and connects here. And so we'll probably get into that here in a little bit. So for right now, and then this other block, this block is going to go onto the opposite side. And so what I see interesting though is they have some button head screw caps installed into the unit, but not going to anything on the diagram. Which is, if you look right here where my mouse cursor is kind of circling around, I've got button head screw cap 1, and I've got button head screw cap 2. It shows those being installed, but to what end I don't know yet. We'll probably get after that here in a second. So for the first part, we're going to grab M3x30 socket heads, and we're going to get these set. And so, again, my drag chain racket one is going to go on the right carriage, because drag link to drag link. We don't have the drag link installed yet, but you know that's where it's going to go. So we're going to grab four M3x30s. So I got my M3x30s. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to feed those in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are going to come over here to my carriage, and I'm just going to start hand threading those in so it locks it into place. 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, we got good movement. That's fine. I'm going to grab 4 more M3x30s. Should have 4 left. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 left, not 4. Well, that's disconcerting. M3x30, M3x30. We'll get these 3 set for right now, and then I'll try to find the 4th one. And so again, that beveled edge, that's going to be facing towards the front. Oh, I know what those socket head screw caps for. They're going to go in the back, and they're going to tie into the rail. And so those are going to go into the rail back here. I don't know why I didn't know that right off the top of my head, just looking at it. Alright, so we're going to push that against the bracket. Come on. First one, second one, third one, all 3 are a bit. So now I need to find where that other M3x30 went. Make sure they don't get dumped into another bin. So bear with me for a second. And I may have dropped it on the ground during one of the previous videos, and I never bothered to go back and look for it. I was just like, moving along. And so we're going to take time to look for that, because I want to make sure that all these are good. So these are the M3x40s. I'm going to put all those M3x40s back. Alright, so now we're going to grab my hand flashlight. Now we're going to look around, because I am missing an M3x30. Never know, I might come across some little friends over here. Yes, lights. All right. Looking for a M3 by 30. There's a heat set. If I were an M3 by 30, where would I run off to? M3 by 25s, M3 by 40s, M3 by 30s. Make sure they're not underneath any of those other ones. A block that I don't need because it's for the Ender 3v2s. M3 by 50. I'm just checking each one of the bins to make sure it didn't fall into one of those spots. And I just misplaced it. So literally what I'm doing, you can't see it on camera right now, but I'm going through and I'm looking to see if it dropped into one of their spots and I just never noticed it. Or if I dropped it on the ground, which is entirely possible. So I'm missing one M3 by 30 right now. I'm going to go to my spare parts bin and see if I have a spare M3 by 30, but I don't know that I do. Maybe we do. So it's an M3 by 20. M3 by 20. Here's an M3 by 25. So M3, that's by 22. And fours. This is M4, I want to say. Yeah, it's M4. Maybe that's an M3, and that's an M3 by 30. Look at that. We dug through our spare parts bag and we found a spare M3 by 30. So we are in luck today. I have no idea where the other unit went, but that's fine. We're just going to use this one. Because why not? And this is why I never throw anything away, and I'm a pack rat, and I'm ashamed yet proud to admit that I will never throw anything away. All right, crises averted. All right, now once we have those two blocks set, we're going to tension those down. Excuse me. Yeah, it makes some like blue tape markers for my overhead camera, so it is able to see. So 1, 2. I'm just hand tightening these down for right now. There's a lot of things that I just have kind of hand tightened right now. 3, 4. And the reason why I kind of have them hand tightened is once I get the railing on there, I want the railing to kind of pull it into square. And so the railing, because it is rigid, is really going to help pull those into square. So hand tight, a little bit of play, and we're going to run with it. Alright, now that we have those on, our counterweight idler. And so the counterweight idler is going to be this guy. And so this is key, because if there's a momentary loss of power, and say I'm printing on something that's going to be way up here, and I lose power, I don't want this entire thing coming crashing down either into the model or into the print bed. And so this counterweight is spring-loaded, and it's going to be there to really assist in reducing that tension load on that Z gantry, so it's not going to drop. This one moves quite a bit quicker than that one, but again, once there's weight on it, I don't want them dropping all the way down and causing a crash into the print. So, speaking of which, I'm just going to go ahead and set this PEI sheet on here. Because why not? It looks fancy. So these are the old Comgrow PEI sheets that I picked up a while back for the Ender 3s. As I was doing my like concept design, I'm like, man, I want to build a Voron. Except I don't want to build a full Voron. I want to build an Enderwire Voron. And so I'm just going to drop that plate on there for right now. Okay. It is now midnight 22. I wanted to get some extra sleep tonight, but man, I am just loving getting into this and kicking this build, and I want to get some more done on it because I'm excited. I'm excited to get one of these Ender wires up and running, calibrated and printed, and then going through a complete second build with you guys. And I hope you guys tune in for that second build, because we're going to take all the lessons learned we had out of this one and apply it to that second build. Alright, so we're going to take the elbow arm. And so we've got our elbow arm right here. And this is going to be M5 nuts. So we're going to find our M5 nuts, 1, 2, 3, for our M5 nuts. And we're going to press those in, 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to take the pulley with the pulley oriented opposite. And so by opposite, it's like I'm holding so that gravity holds these M5 nuts in place. And so it's going to be opposite, so this is going to be looking like this. And then we're going to thread M5 by 25s, flathead screw caps. So I don't think I've opened that bag yet. So we're going to look for an M5 by 25 flathead. So M5 by 25 button, M5 by 25 flatheads. And so our M5 by 25, it says we have 4 pieces. We're going to grab 3 out. 1, 2, 3. Put that other one back in there. Discard the bag. And so these are going to thread through the back side, putting pressure on the nut so it bites. 1, 2, and I'll flip it over so you guys see. I'm just hand tensioning this so I'm going to make sure they bite. So I'm putting pressure on the nut. I'm dropping that M5x25 through. Hand tensioning it so it just bites, even though there's a little bit of play and freedom of movement. That's all that I'm looking for right now. And now we're going to go ahead and lock these down. And so again, based off the instructions, I should have that pulley closest to that bracket. Tension 1, tension 2, tension 3. All right, from here, that countersunk isn't really very good on there. That's fine. Not worried about it. It's like normally like a countersink would go in a little bit further, but you got a little bit of gap. But again, I'm not too worried about it. So from here, this is going to go we got the bracket for the drag chain link over here. This is going to mount here. And that's going to mount towards the inner 40/40 extrusion. For that, I'm going to need 2 N5x10 button head screw caps. So I'm going to go to my N5x10s, pull out 2, and then I'm also going to need 2 M5 T-nuts to get the lock into the extrusion. I'm going to grab the unit and not butterfingers it, because that's how I lose parts into the garage. I'm going to loosely thread those T-nuts on. Oh my lord, see, when I talk butterfingers, I talk butterfingers for real. So I just dropped one into the garage and it went under the cabinets into the abyss. There's things down there. Butterfingers it a second time. There's still things down there. So there's one. Two, and I'm just going to grab another one. I'll fish that other button heads, that other button head out, or sorry, the other T-nut out here in a second. All right, so the orientation of this, once we get locked into position, is going to be on the inner extrusion, because it's like we're going to put paneling on there, and that paneling, I don't want this to extend beyond the paneling, and it's going to go on that outer, or the, excuse me, the inner channel for that 2040 railing. So get those locked down, get that tight. All right, so this is going to come up, it's going to go around a pulley and then down to the gantry. And so here, on the back of the unit, and it's the back of the unit because I can show that the motor here is facing forward. So on the back of the unit, I'm going to take my M5x40, so lightly tighten the M5x40 bolt and align the X-axis horizontally by moving it all the way to the top. Make sure it is centered across the front. Hold the X-axis against the stoppers and fully tighten the bolts. Move the X-axis up and down. Check for binding. And so binding, where binding is going to come into play, is if I have these offset ever so slightly, I'm going to have it so that it's going to grind as I try to move it up and down. So I want to move these all the way up to the top, and we're going to mount that X-axis through these, so that X-axis needs to be able to free form and free move across the entire build. And so, again, I have these kind of like hand tight right now. And we might need to tension those down once we get that X-axis installed. So I'm going to take our X-axis bracket. I'm going to set that right here on the Crom Grow build plate. And it also shows that we're going to take the drag chain and we're going to install the drag chain onto this bracket right here in preparation to have that drag chain connect down here. And so because this is the male adapter for the drag chain, this one needs to be a female adapter, and that's what it does show on the instructions, is a female adapter. So I'm going to come over here to my drag links, find a female, one of the female ends. I'm going to pop that female end off without breaking it. And the orientation of that is going to need to be up, because that drag chain is going to go up and then down. And so again, flat to flat, it's going to go up and then down. So for this, I'm going to need 2 of my M3x6 flathead screw caps. Or is it M3x6, or is it going to be the, bumped the camera, as I always do. So M3x6. Okay, so my M3x6. So my M3x6, I've got down in this bin. Grab 1, grab 2. So we're going to take that, again, that's going to be, the female adapter is going to be pointing up. Lock that first one down so it stays in place. Grab the second one, and thread that second one in. And then I'll work on centering it here in a little bit, because I don't want it to be canted or anything. I want it to be a complete vertical alignment with each bracket. And I can loosen and adjust them as needed. That way there's no binding on the drag chain as it comes up and down, because I don't want this one to be at an angle versus this one to be vertical, because that will cause binding as it tries to articulate in its motion, and I don't want to have that happen. So once we got that drag link installed, we're going to go M5x40s. So we have 4 M5x40s left over. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are going to feed through 1, 2, 3, 4. Spin the unit around so you guys can see a little bit better. And now I've got my linear rail is going to be facing towards the front end. I'm going to set that down right there. I'm going to grab 4 M5 T-nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to spin these M5 T-nuts onto those. One. Oh Lord. 2. 3. 4. Once I have those set, now we're going to, it says take these all the way to the top. So we're going to drop these, we're going to line those T-nuts up so that they are horizontal. And once those T-nuts are horizontal, we're going to take our rail, drop it in there, and I'm going to lightly tension these down just so it bites. Stay. Oh no. Where is my bit? is not under the unit. Oh no. Set my bit down. Look at that. My wide angle camera froze up again, so I have no idea where I was at. So what we ended up doing is we ended up dropping the channel guide for the drag link. We attached the X-axis brackets on. We locked those down. I had to search for an M3 by 30, found one. These are hand tight, and we'll tension them down once we get all the gantry and everything established. We're going to take this all the way up, put the X-axis on, lock that down into place. And once that's done, we also installed our tensioner so that if we lose power, the entire gantry is not going to come crashing down. And now we're looking for one of my bits. Which I cannot seem to find at the moment. It's not going to stop me from the build though. It didn't sit on the ground when I was looking for the other things, so yeah. And pull out some more other tools that we got at our disposal and just kind of run with it. These are all tools from the office. Part of my mobile toolkit. Miscellaneous bits. Oh, where did I put that? It's a travesty. All right. Okay, that's fine. We can run with this guy. So, for the X-axis, I do have spare just regular good old Allen. Oh, I found it! It was actually still locked into that buffer assembly right here. And so it was oddly enough sitting still locked into place when I tensioned these down right there. So now that we found that, that's actually much more beneficial. So we're going to take, let's turn this around. We're going to take our X-axis, and this is the extrusion that was provided by this Wooer kit, and we're going to go ahead and run this. We're going to lock those into place. We're going to run this all the way up till we hit the stop. And once we hit the stop, and so we got to stop here, we got to stop here, and those are butted up against that top veneer rail, or that top extrusion. Just from here, we're going to come to the back of the unit, and we're going to tighten those down. And I'm going to grab a level, and we're going to actually level check it here in a second. So, 1 minute. Oh, that is terrible to have happen. That was absolutely terrible. So now I need to go through, and as you can see, we had a really bad fall and this is the primary point of impact was right here, so you can see where that bit in. But luckily, I think this may be savable, but I may end up having to reprint this bracket, which really sucks. Because when you look at it, a pointer, all that tension got put here. All that tension got put here. So this pushed in, and we had a shift. And so now I've got this discoloration right there. And so that tension happened. Linear rail seems fine. The bracket, the rest of the bracket, it's just this section right here has some cosmetic warping. The belting, and so I don't know. I really don't want to reprint it. I probably should. But seeing that this is our first build, we're just going to roll with it and see what happens. I mean, the linear rail is fine. And so how that got promulgated is I'm trying to follow these instructions and trying to tension these things down, and it's been kind of a, not really a pain, but God bless America. I'm just going to do this down here for right now. Before I run it up to the top, I want to get these T-nuts bit, and I don't know why these T-nuts are not biting in. Okay, so that one bit that time, and it didn't bite, and I think I tensioned them down too much. So I'm going to back that off a little bit. Back that off a little bit while pushing in. Push that in, back that off a little bit until it bites. Okay, so they're all bit. So the instructions say run this all the way to the top. I'm not even on the instruction page anymore. Hold on. Goes through. So that's going to connect down there. God bless America. Alright, so it says, okay. Lightly tighten the M5x40 and align the x-axis horizontally, moving all the way to the top. Make sure it is centered across the front. Hold the x-axis against the stoppers and fully tighten the bolts. Then move the x-axis up and down. Alright, so let me move it to the top, press it against the stops. It doesn't say whether or not I need to have those, if I'm putting pressure on the bar or if I'm putting pressure on the brackets. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to grab a mini level. And I'm going to use a mini level because my table isn't exactly level. I know that the bubble's touching on this side. I know the bubble is not touching on that side, so I'm probably going to drop that down. Or maybe it's that I need to hold the bracket so we're touching there. God bless America. Over some. And so I'm grabbing a level, and I'm using a level to check the level between the horizontal crossbar up top for the frame. The camera to stop shaking. And I'm checking with the horizontal crossbar for the actual x-axis itself. And I want these to be basically in concert with each other. And so that one is, the bubble's touching the right side, whereas the bubble on this one is extending past the right side, so I can set it there. And the play may come out once we start tightening these down some. Because that T-bar should, those T-nuts should pull it into tension. So I'm gonna have to come back through, and now that I think about it, I need to tension those M3s down all the way. So we're gonna tighten these down all the way now. These are good lessons learned for when we go from build 1 to build 2. So I'm loosening up those again. Now I'm going to retension all of these. And I should have just done it earlier. I don't know. After dropping the X carriage, I'm like, no. I feel really, really ashamed. Like, part of my soul was just left with these pieces falling. But if we need to reprint it, we'll reprint it. If not, we're just going to run with it for the time being. So I'm going to tighten all of those up. And so you can see that we're free floating on both sides. So we're going to take those all the way to the top, get them to butt up against those stops. And now we're going to tension these down. Butt up against the top. Tension the outside, tension the outside, tension the inside, tension the inside. Now I'm going to grab the center, and I should not have any binding for that carriage whatsoever. And it doesn't feel like it's binding at all. Maybe ever so slightly. Loosen that up, loosen that up, loosen that up, loosen that up. Play reintroduce, and so now we have really smooth axis control. Take that all the way to the top. Check my level, touching left. Check my level, touching left. So now I'm putting pressure on the bar itself, so we're going to keep tension there. We're going to go outside, outside, inside, inside. Okay, so it looks like we don't have any more binding issues. Tension these down. All right. Oh, that drop was kind of devastating to my soul. And the worst part about it is I have two different material types. I have ABS Plus and then ABS. Again, the tension really is going to be there from going through to the button head screw cap. But as long as this thing remains stable, there's not going to be a whole lot of pressure on this. So I'm just going to run with it, and we're going to see how the build turns out, see if we have any catastrophic issues later on. I need another drink after that. Okay. Alright, now we got that X-axis installed. Now we're going to take the channel and so we're going to use that last little bit of bearing that we have, and we're going to install the buffer assemblies to make sure this gantry doesn't come crashing down. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our part block, which is going to be this little guy right here. And so this little guy is going to get set on the back side of the gantry as I bump the camera again with my head. So it's going to get set back over here. So you see that top groove. That top groove, we're going to go up and over a pulley and then down. And then this is going to set inside here to lock it into place. So that's going to go like this. And then it'll be locked into place based off these two mounting points. Alright, so we'll get after this part. Pull that out with the wire. Set that where it goes. Links over the top. We're going to need our last two 695 bearings, an M5 by 16, and a washer. Single washer. So we're going to grab a single M5 washer. We're going to grab an M5 by 16. We're going to grab our adapter plate, which is this guy right here. So here's our adapter plate for this lockdown. And so it's going to be the M5 by 16 with our last two bearings. So M5 by 16 with the top lip down, top lip up, our washer, and then the adapter plate. And then past the adapter plate, we should have an M5 T-nut. And then the positioning for this is going to be take that groove, line the T-nut up with the groove, apply outboard or inboard tension so it's able to free flow through. And now we're going to lock that guy into place. And I want the position of this basically in line, so this leading edge in line with the stop bracket. Tension that down. Make sure the bearing still flows. Now we're going to take the M3 by 12 socket head screw cap, so M3 by 12, so I can come over here, my M3 by 12, grab two M3 by 12s. We're at midnight 53. We've been going for a couple hours now. And our bracket is going to be with that open end is going to be down. Get that first one through. It's going to lock into here. We're just going to get it threaded. Grab our second one. Spin that back up. Get that threaded. I'll lock that top one down, lock that bottom one down, now we're going to take the cable, go up and over our bearing, making sure that's staying on the bearing, and then we're going to lift this up and we're going to get it set into its place. And so here we have, so if we have a power failure, there's enough tension on it right now where it's just going to sit. And so it's, I got a lot of tension on that wire. It's almost like my ukulele strings. It looks like it may end up wearing down inside, but without that tension, this thing's just going to drop. With the tension, it's going to stay in place. Once we actually get the print head installed, that may shift a little bit. And so, because I did drop the X axis, I am going to check one thing, and I don't think it will have adjusted. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a level to the railing for the X axis, and then I'm actually going to drop it on the linear rail and check the linear rail and make sure there's no disparity. But again, some of this disparity, if there is any disparity, is going to come out during auto bed leveling. I mean, it looks to be okay. Again, that was kind of upsetting for me, but you know, here we are. All right. Now that we have that done, oh, the X carriage. Okay, so this looks fun. We're going to go to the M12x10 self-tapping screws with a micro switch, and so we're going to have to pull our bin back out, and we're going to have to pull a micro switch out. That micro switch is going to be just, you know, the same thing we did for our Y-axis stop. We're going to take a micro switch and we're going to be putting it into our carriage for our tool head. So I've got my two carriage pieces for my tool head. Super exciting. And so we're going to feed a couple things through this in order to get it set. And I don't know where we're going to stop tonight. I don't know. Because we're still going to have to work like belt padding alignment and a few other things. Oh man, I'm still a little upset for dropping that carriage. It's stout. I mean, I give it that. But still, man, that's upsetting. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, you're having a conversation, it leaves your mouth, and I forget, no, I forget the comedian's name, where it's just like, yeah, you say these things and you're like, no. And that's the that's the way I feel right now. It's just like as it fell off the table, I'm like, no. Oh man, do I feel like an idiot. But I mean, because those M3s are through that linear rail and there's no damage to that 2020 extrusion, I'm worried about it, but I'm not worried about it at the same time. And I hope that makes sense to you all, but you know, neither here nor there. All right. Okay, so we need to go fish out a micro switch. Open up my cabinets. Pull out my bin of Ender 3 parts. Here's all my parts for my first deconstruct, which is literally just a bin of parts at this point. And I plan on using all of them. Let's see. Yeah, there's a micro switch. Okay, so we're going to take this micro switch off. And by doing that, we're going to remove this motor. Hold on. Don't remember how this plate is assembled. So I have to take the plate off and then hold on. Goodbye QR code. I do not need you anymore, nor have I ever needed you. Pull that QR code off. And so that QR code pulled off. Now we're going to remove these screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull that cover off, pull the motor out. So cover is going to get set over here. That stuff's going to go back into the junk bin. Not junk bin, but selective repurpose bin. I guess is what I will call it. I'm going to pull those 4 screws out. Let's see, these are M3 by 38 flats. Some of the parts we had out from the other day that I have not put into the bag, and they're going to go into the abyss. And I bumped my head into the camera yet again, because that's like the 15th time for the night. Sweet. Alright, now I'm going to pull this switch off. Side for right now. We lost our camera again. Got our camera back. And I'm constantly looking over the computer and I keep being like, oh man, I lost speed. So there's 1 screw, 2 screws, pull the micro switch off, and so this is just, again, it's just a limit switch. And so interesting. So it's showing a different. Will this fit into the bracket? So we're going to take that, right, I'll toss that cover in here. Because the micro switch assemblies that we had for the Ender 3 are different than what it's noting here. It literally wants me to just have the micro switch assembly without the board. So I'm curious to see if I take the end. See, it's going to be self-tapping micro switch. This should be this side. The micro switch assembly is going to mount here. Is there a micro switch in the kit? Because this Creality micro switch is the switch with the board with the connector. But that's not what it's showing me, is I need to have just a raw micro switch. Pull this out. Oh, lordy. Camera stand failed because I kicked it. Alright. So right now what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a micro switch. I'm going to have to go back through the BOM to see if there's a micro switch in the BOM. Because I don't remember seeing a micro switch in the BOM. The Fistech, we're not going to worry about using the Fistech. So we're going to set that off to the side. Micro switch. Okay, yeah, we do have one. Okay. And so I'm hoping this is the correct micro switch. So there is a micro switch in the kit. I hope that this is for the correct one. So in this bag I have a micro switch with a cable. I've got the LED, I've got the heater, and I've got the thermistor. And so if this is the micro switch that it's talking about, I hope this is the micro switch it's talking about. Let me go through and scroll through the hot end assembly procedures real quick. Because we should only have one micro switch at this point that's required, which is for the X-axis, because the Z-axis is going to be the Omron. And so I'm assuming that this is the correct micro switch. And so we have the micro switch located there. It's got to be this one. Literally has to be this one. Alright, so page up, page up, page up, page up, page up. That's done. No. Yep. Okay. So it says micro switch. Okay, so the M2x10 self-tapping. And so the micro switch is going to go here. And it's already got the cables preset, so with the open end of the switch facing down towards the bottom of the carriage. So we're going to find our self-tapping. M2x10 self-tapping. 1, 2. The rest of these guys in here. Come on. Nothing left in there. So you do not need to get your Creality donor parts block out in order to get this set up. So we're going to take our 5x10. Take it so the switch gate is open towards the bottom side of the unit. And we're going to thread the first one through, get it lined up with the hole. Lock that one down. Grab the second one. And we're going to lock that one down. Alright, so our micro switch is now established. Now we're going to grab maybe for the first one. Hold on. Correct orientation. So we're going to go this out. We're going me take the rest of this bag. I'm going to move the bag. Or, excuse me, the tray. Move the tray out of the way. Well, we're not doing too bad for 1:09 in the morning. Not doing too bad at all for 1:09 in the morning. But I do need to go use the restroom, so we're going to test this out. Alright, we are back. Sorry, as I was working on my input, output called, and so I had to go do a little bit of output. Yeah, neither here nor there. One of my favorite sayings ever. Take these guys with that switch, and actually I'm going to set these off to the side instead of dumping on the back of the bin. Alright, moving right along. So we need M3x16 socket head screw caps at M3x16. We need two of these guys. And we're going to be grabbing our grips for the belts once we get the belts put in. And so those, once we orient these up, that pathing is going to go teeth section and will be inboard. Feed one of those through. So feed one through there. Not going to tighten it down, we're just getting it set. So teeth section is going to be inboard. Okay, now those are done. Okay, on to number next. Got it. Okay, so M3 nut. Oh lordy. So only 35 mil exposed sections. So 3 to 5 mil exposed section on those two. And then it's going to be an M3 by 40. So nut. So M3 by 40 by 3 with 3 nuts. So I need 3 M3 nuts. M2s. Adjust this camera a little bit. M2. So I need my M3. So I need my M3 by 40 socket screw cap. So M3 by 40. So M3 by 41, 2, 3. M3 nuts. Are these M3 nuts? Let me just check real quick. 1, 2, 3. No, those are M3 nuts. Okay. I'm going to take one assembly, and we're going to put an M3 nut, an M3 nut, and an M3 nut. I'm telling you, it's like this kit has been pretty darn fun to work on, except for my dropping the X-axis gantry. That was devastating. So M3 nut, M3 nut, M3 nut. Now we should be able to match this up. I'm going to feed M3 socket head. Can get it to bite. It looks like it did. Grab the next M3 socket head. No! Gosh dang it. Now we go hunting. Got it. If you have a dully lit garage, make sure that you have something readily available to go hunting for things as you lose them. Alright. No, dang it. And I'm just having all sorts of issues tonight. All right, 1, 2, 3. So now I'm going to have this down. I'm going to press it against my like work surface. Alright, so I've got those tightened. Alright. And then I've got my, that's going to be for the belts. Got my switch. Alright, next is going to be 2 M3x12s. These M3x12s are going to go into these two. Nope, it's going to go into these two. It says to leave 3 to 4 mil. Okay, got that set. Alright, so we got the Omron. So go back to our kit, we're going to pull the Omron out. Open up our Omron kit. So there's our Omron. And so this is a Omron TLQ5 MC2 Z-axis. And so the Omron, we're going to have that set where the label block is going to be pointing towards the rear of the unit, right over here. And then we're going to have a locking block, which is going to be this guy that we 3D printed with ABS and eSun ABS Plus with the 2 heat sets. And that's going to go set inside, and so it's going to be a little bit tight with the cables that are there. So we're going to drop that guy in. So we dropped it in. You have those two set. Now it's going to be kind of unique. So now I have to, our M3x25s. So we're going to fish out 2 M3x25s. So we're just going to set that down just like that for right now. So our M3x25 socket head cap screws, and I bumped the camera again. for who knows how many times tonight. So M3 by 25. I have not opened the bag yet, so first use of the M3 by 25s. And I'm going to grab my gauge to make sure that they are M3s. And they are by 25 because it's going to be right between the 24 and the 26, and so we see 25. And so I need to thread through the omron. So we're going to take one, thread it through the omron, two, thread it through the omron, and these are going to go, I'm just going to put some pressure on them. Into that bracket, and so we should get threading, and we're good. So now that those are threaded in there, I've got my omron sensor, or my proximity sensor, established. And so the omron's going to come up and then it's going to bend, it looks like at a 90-degree angle out towards the right. There's a little channel that's very, very indistinguishable right here that that cable's going to go through. So we're going to lock these down real quick. And then we can work the Z probe offset here before too long. For right now, we're just going to go ahead and flush mount it. And so I don't have any of the threads poking through on this side. I've got my X-axis switch for travel. And I've got my omron. Oh, there we go. So the omron's going to come up and it's going to take this 90-degree angle right here. Makes much more sense. Okay, so now we have that in there. And so, okay, so the adjust the probe height position can be fine-tuned later. Initial position about 6 mil below the plastic part. So we're going to go loosen up the omron, and we're going to make this to be 6 mil below the bottom of the ABS plastic. And we have a nice level on the ABS plastic, so we're going to slide that down to be about the dimension of 6 mil. So I'm going to grab a gauge. That's the one with no battery. This is the one with battery. And so we're going to set this to 6 mil, which is nothing. So there's my 6 mil. I'm going to want to check the height, and so as I check the height, looks a little bit, I'm going to put a little pressure on it, and so 6 mil, and so what I'm doing is I'm going to adjust this to exactly 6 mil, 4.5, 8, 9, 5, 5, 5, 6, 0 on the dot, and so I'm going to come up, I'm going to check to make sure I have that 6 mil gap, check to make sure I have a 6 mil gap, and then we're going to lock the omron back down. It looks like it may have adjusted a little bit, and so it's a little bit off kilter, as you can see. I'm going to square that back up with my calibrated eyeball Mark IIs. Check that 6 mil spacing. I mean, that looks good. Maybe like 6.1. But we'll be fine for right there. So I'm going to go ahead and keep that as square as I can get it. And when I'm talking square, yeah, I mean what, a speed square. I want that Omron adapter to be square to the flat end and square to the flat end. And so that looks good right there. And it's going to be like 5.925 right now, which I really don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, but we're just following along with the instructions, and we're setting a 6 mil gap. Make sure those are good. All right. If you guys don't have any speed squares, I recommend picking up a couple speed squares. I've got 2 of them back here. One of them, I don't remember who it was manufactured by. I've had it for quite a while. Drop that back in there. All right. But yeah, I recommend picking up at least a couple squares. One smaller, one larger. You know. Okay, so the X carriage. Moving along to the X carriage. So we have our X carriage bracket adapter, which is this guy right here. And so as you can see, we've got a larger diameter point down at the bottom with standard at the top. This is going to go onto our X rail. So we're going to take the rest of the components for the hot end assembly, which is the thermistor, the LEDs, and the heater core. I'm going to drop these back in the bag because we will pull them out and we will be using them later. I'm going to put that with the rest of the parts to be used. Okay. So, for this, we're going to need M3x8s. And so our M3x8s, we're going to need 4 of them. One, two, three, 4. And these are going to lock this. And so the orientation does matter. So that wider diameter portion that's at the bottom, that wider diameter portion at the bottom is going to be oriented towards the bottom or down towards the build plate. And if you don't know build plate, my good old Grill PEI sheet is my build plate right now. So I'm going to set those 4 in. And I'm going to attach this onto the carriage. There's 1. 2. And so I want consistency, so I'm going to back these off just ever so slightly so there's a little bit of play. And then we're going to flush mount it towards the top or the bottom, I don't know. I have 2 edges that I'm going to try to get it flush to. And so it's like if I want it flush mounted, because I know that I'm going to be depositing material, I'm going to try to flush mount it at the bottom. So what I'm doing is I'm actively putting pressure on each side to make sure it stays flush here with the bottom of the carriage. So I have to make sure that's flush with the bottom of the carriage. I'm going to tighten. I'm going to tighten an X pattern. Make sure it's still flush, and that feels pretty flush. Do another 1/8 of a turn each. If it goes that much, if it doesn't give that much, don't worry about it. Just make sure it's nice and snug. All right. Once we have that plate on, it looks like we're going to go ahead and put on our carriage. And so our carriage, we're going to go M3x12, second head screw caps. So we're going to go back over to our diagram with our M3x12s. We need 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 shifted bins. Get that one out. Drop back over. Alright, from here, our carriage assembly, we're going to mount it in a fashion such as this. But the only thing I don't know about is for my limit switch, how that cable needs to be routed for that limit switch. And so it should fit right on. So we got the arm rod to the front. We've got these that are backed off by 3 to 4 mil. And so I'm going to grab the first button head screw cap. And we're going to put that down. 1. 2. 3. And number 4. And once I have that on, I'm going to go ahead and tension these down in a X pattern. I think the key for this part is making sure that these are all flush with that flat surface, because we're going to have mating adapters that are going to going up here. You want to make sure that these are all set to a height and position where it's not going to impede everything else we're going to be building into the hot end assembly. Alright. Once those are set, belt tensioner for the X and Z. So the belt tensioner is already installed. Loosen these screws before adjusting the belt tension. Fasten them again after adjusting the tension. Okay, so belt path. So I guess we're installing the belts now. And this is probably where we're going to stop for the night. So belt position, adjust the position of the heavy of the pulley if required. Okay, so, oh my lord, how are we going to do this? Okay, take your time and make sure your path routing is as intended. Belts should never rub on plastic parts. Okay, so we've got our 2 belts. And these were each cut to just over 115 or 150 or 1500 millimeters, 150 centimeters, or set for 1.5 meters. And so, yeah, this will be interesting because I have my belt tensioners that are underneath. And so we're going to work the padding. So we're going to work padding first. So this is going to be for leading edge. I'm just going to go down to that motor. So for this motor, we're going to feed this through. It's going to go through here. Yeah, so around that first motor, it's going to go through this. is going to go into lost my other camera, but neither here nor there. We have it set. And so the big part is making sure that we're not rubbing on any plastic, and I am seeing that I'm rubbing on plastic here. And so my x-axis, I want this to be basically a vertical line. And so I'm going to need to loosen the x-axis and shift it over, because I don't want any rubbing right here. So how am I going to do that with that assembled? So I should loosen this one, loosen this one, loosen this one, and loosen this one. And we saw we just popped it out of gantry. So I want to shift this entire unit over. So there we go. We got it to shift a little bit. We'll take this all the way to the top. So this makes it a little bit more. Alright, so I want to make sure I've got tension. I've got tension. Shift that over a little bit more. I think that should be fine. Now we're going to push the frame, this frame all the way to the top. I'm going to bring this back to the center. Tension that down. We go outboard, outboard, inboard, inboard. No, not what I wanted to have happen. Shove that back through, make sure I can grab it. Put tension back on it. Alright. And we'll leave those just like that for right now. So we're going to check that. Before we do that, I'm going to grab my mini level. I'm going to check a mini level here, which is mostly on this side, ever so slightly. And we're going to check our level here. Put it butted up against. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, so we're going to really put pressure on the bottom. Tension, quarter turn. Tension, quarter turn. Tension, quarter turn. And tension, quarter turn. Okay. Now I should be able to take this, pull tension on it so that I get that taut. And I should be able to move this down, up, side to side, down. Alright, so belt path 1 is complete. Now we're on to belt path 2. And so for belt path 1, I need to make sure that none of this cable right here was rubbing against this portion of it, so I had to slide the gantry over ever so slightly. I'm going to leave that in the center. Make sure that goes back onto its appropriate pulley. Okay. Now we're going to do the same with the opposite side, so we're going to just go through so you guys can see a little bit easier. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go I'm going to go through here, except what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my pointer, I'm going to actually push in on it, or my punch, I'm going to take my punch, I'm going to push in on the knurled gearing, and I'm going to rotate the knurled gearing to the point where I can feed some through. And grab that with a set of pliers. Once it's on the knurled gearing, I can pull that up. And so this belt is going to be for the rear mounted pulleys. And so we go from the motor up over the top, up over the top, and then underneath. This is going to pull through. Set that off for right now. Oh, this is interesting to deal with. Okay, so from here, I pull over that other bearing, and it's going to go through the channel. Now it's not rubbing on any plastic. And that guy is going to go through here with the teeth facing inboard. And we're going to feed it through. No, why would you do that? Okay. Let's pull tension on this. Alright, so we got a good bit. I'm going to make sure that right here it's going through the bearing and then through the channel to where the locking block's at. And so I'm actually going to equalize these. I'm actually going to back them off a little bit. And then I'm going to lock that one down. So I'm at least locking one side down so I can actually start pulling tension on the entire unit. I'm going to get in there. Make sure these are about equal in length. So we're going to lock those down. Make sure they fall into their channel guides. So bearing, bearing, bearing. Okay. Now for the other one, go back to the front view. And so we have the rearward facing one is going to be going to the X carriage. We have that one locked down. It's going to go from here to the back pulley, to the back pulley, to the back pulley, to the motor. And from here it's going to come up. And it's going to come up to the back pulley on this side, come over the top, and then it's going to feed into the back knurled locking sleeve on the back side of the unit. All right. And so again, we want to make sure that we don't have any rubbing on any plastic part. So I have no rub, no rub. Those are vertical. No rub, It looks like it still is slightly rubbing on this side, so we're going to set that in where it's at. Yeah, you can see where it's rubbing right there. You can see that this has some pretty dramatic angle on it. So we're going to shift the x-axis over a little bit more. So but first what I want to do is I want to pull these taut. Not taunt, but taut. So I accidentally pulled out the locking block because I spun it the wrong way. Because righty tighty, lefty loosey when looking at it backwards doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to recess that screw a little bit. I'm going to drop that locking block back into its place. Once I have that rough set, inset that, apply outboard pressure to it, and I should be able to grab. Get that to bite. Take it down. Okay, so we should be okay now. We're going to have to re-tension these belts up in a little bit. But we're going to adjust the blocks for right now. Okay. And so yeah, I don't have enough tension on the belts right now, so they're slipping a little bit. Neither here nor there. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to reset that X crossbar. So again, we're at the top, We have pressure applied to it. Hi, baby. What you doing? You coming to say hi? Okay, come here. What's Dada working on?
3D printing.
3D printing? Dada's building a 3D printer. Do you want your own 3D printer?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So, we're just working on some stuff right now. Oh, you like that? It's pretty cool, huh? Is that pretty cool?
Yeah.
You like that? Super sweet. Alright, so losing my train of thought. Oh, that's right. So what we want to do is got a little bit of rubbing right here on what controls the Z-axis. And so for the Z-axis, what we're going to do is we're going to shift the Z-axis because I want to make sure that I don't have any rubbing right here. So I'm going to loosen these other two up.
Daddy.
And it's 2 o'clock in the morning, so you are way up past bedtime, kiddo, my dear.
I was actually up at the very beginning.
You were up at the very beginning of what, my dear?
Of my bedtime.
Of your bedtime? Okay, so once I have those set.
I was still awake.
So I shifted it over because I want to make sure that I don't have any rubbing. I want to keep those belts basically vertical with each other.
What's in here? It's going to be in here.
I'm printing some little brackets, baby.
What do the brackets look like?
they look like these guys. And I don't like how these turned out, so I'm reprinting them. And so the new ones, I think they're gonna look really good. Okay? But we need to get you back to bed, baby girl.
I'm able to play the ukulele.
Because
My dad 3D printed me.
that's right. I did 3D print you some ukuleles.
This is my axe.
Okay, so once I have that set, so I know that it's not going to rub, and I have basically kind of vertical alignment with the belts, I'm just going to go ahead and lock these back down yet again. And so be very meticulous about this, okay? When you guys are going through and doing your builds. And my dear, we need to get you to bed. So as I have that carriage set for the X, I'm just going to tighten them back down a 1/4 turn each. And check level. So I'm touching the right side as I'm looking at it. And I'm almost touching the right side as I'm looking at it. And we're going to call that good for tonight, because it is 2 o'clock in the morning. We're going to work on belt tensioning for tomorrow. But there you have it. We have our Z motor, we have our X motor. And so our Z motor and X motor, they seem to be functioning pretty well. I just got to apply tension to the entire system. We have belt pathing. So forward motor, forward, forward, forward to the gantry. So it goes gantry, forward to the motor, forward, forward, forward to the gantry, and then for the back side of the unit, we've got from the gantry to the rear pulley, rear pulley, rear pulley,
Sorry.
rear pulley, back to the gantry. Buddy, stop! Don't touch.
Sorry.
Okay, it's time to get you to bed, kiddo. Okay. Love you to pieces.
Sorry.
Alright. It
It
happens.
I didn't just see
Just the camera a little bit. Well, maybe you need your glasses. Where's your glasses at? Alright. Anyway. Nick from the Late Night Garage with Nick and my helpful assistant Lillian. Love you to pieces, baby girl. We are signing off, and we will see you guys probably tomorrow
And
as
this
we.
is my octopus.
That is your octopus. We will see you guys tomorrow as we continue to build. We're going to go ahead and get all the tension set, and we're going to get into building the hot end assembly, and then yeah, we'll take it from there. So. You guys have a great night.
This is my octopus. I got it at SeaWorld.
That's right. You went to SeaWorld today, huh?
Yep. Hey.